Okay, Aileen, I think we gotta start this meeting.
I think that would be good.
Okay. All right. You want to do the evacuation advisory or just evacuate?
Yeah, I think that's if the alarm goes off, we should vacate the room and go through the nearest stairwell, and then we'll all congregate at the south of the reflecting pool. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. We'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the July 3rd, 4th, 2024 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following change: the addition of item 9.1, Edmonton Police Commission membership report and reappointment recommendations, item 9.3, City Manager update verbal report, and item 9.4, City Manager update number 5. City Manager recruitment update number 5, and replacement report on item 10, motions pending, progress update on the Blatchford development, Aaron Paquette.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes. Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes as well.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the June 10th, 2024 City Council public hearing and the June 11th, 12th, 2024 City Council meeting.
Need a second?
Second.
Councillor Stevenson, and you read them all from from start to the end. Good. All right. Okay, so please vote. I just need to confirm.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
As perfect as usual. All right. I'm yes as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Well, protocol items. Are there any protocol items? Actually, you know what? Just hold on. I'm going to take this off. I don't want the world to know this. Oh, good. This. All right. Well, my friends, a bet is a bet. As we all know, the Florida Panthers faced off against our Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals. I made a bet with Mayor Mike Ryan of Sunrise, Florida, where the mayor of the losing team has to wear the winning team's jersey. And it was an incredible finals. The Oilers are the Western Conference champions for the first time in almost 2 decades. That's a huge accomplishment. We proved without a doubt that Edmonton has the best fans who cheer the loudest. We also showed that Edmonton is a vibrant, exciting city where anything is possible. People came from all over to stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants, and enjoy our amenities. the Stanley Cup playoffs generated close to $200 million into Edmonton's local economy. In the end, the Florida Panthers were victorious. And so I'm here wearing the Florida Panthers jersey to congratulate Mayor Mike Ryan and his team on winning the Stanley Cup. The Florida Panthers played great hockey, and I hope the Sunrise is enjoying their celebrations. But don't get too comfortable, Mayor Ryan. Next year, the Oilers are coming back for the Stanley Cup. Mayor Ryan included a letter along with this jersey, and I would like to share that. It's a pretty good letter, actually. Dear Mayor Sohi, greetings from the city of Sunrise. I am so incredibly proud of the performance by both the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals. When the teams clinched their respective NHL Conference championships, we knew that this would be a record-setting showdown. It was widely reported that Sunrise and Edmonton are separated by 2,541 miles, the greatest geographic distance between our two Stanley Cup finalists. Despite the distance, we have learned that our teams share more similarity than differences. The Panthers and the Oilers are both hardworking, talented, and tenacious teams. We have also been proud of the deeply loyal, passionate, and vocal fans who supported them through the intense 7-game series. As promised, as part of our friendly social media wager, I'm happy to present you with an authentic Florida Panthers jersey, which has been autographed by the entire Sunrise City Commission, which includes Deputy Mayor Joseph Scuto, Assistant Deputy Mayor Neil Kirch, Commissioner Mark Douglas, and Commissioner Jacqueline Guzman. I know you will accept this jersey in the spirit of friendship in which it is given, and of course, I hope to see a photo of you wearing it. Best of luck to you and the Edmonton Oilers in the upcoming season, and we look forward to seeing our teams back together on the ice. Signed by Mayor Mike Ryan, Mayor of Sunrise, City of Sunrise. And it says, go guys. Okay, I should stand up, right, and get the picture? All right. Are there any other protocol items? I see none. Well, select items for debate. I have a couple of motions. Maybe I'll start with that. I will select 7.3 and I will select 7.6 that I also have a motion on. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, just go slow.
I just have one. I'm just going to select 6-1, please.
6.1. Councillor Stevenson,
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll select 9-1.
And I will select 9-3 as well.
9-1, 9-3. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I believe you had a very minor wording adjustment to 7-1. I can just maybe
Yeah.
restate the motion
Yeah.
that way with that. Then I'll select it so we can.
Yes, can you select it?
Yeah, I've
I have,
got it.
I have questions on it.
Okay. Sorry. And then we should do 9.4 as well. And that's it.
Seven one and?
And 9.4.
9-4, yeah. Okay. Let's see. So 6.1, 7.1, 7.3, 7.6. 9.1, 9.3, 9.4. That is it for now. Okay, can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford, so please vote. Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you read back to us, please, what we have approved?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So Council has approved the recommendations in 7.2, the review and update to the terms of reference for area and neighborhood structure plans. Item 7.4, the residential parking program. 7.5, reallocation of the National Housing Co-Investment Repair Fund. 7.7, the waste services fiscal policy update. 7.8, the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility fiscal policy amendment. And 9.2, the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority, the membership report and reappointment recommendations.
And 7.9?
Oh, my apologies, and at the top of the page, 7.9, the Equitable Recreation Program audit.
Okay. All right. Request to speak. We don't have any. We do? Where's this list? Oh, here it is, yeah. Well, there's a request to speak on 7.3 Growth Management Framework Update. And this was an item at the committee. And we did hear from speakers at the committee, and there's a precedent not to hear from public members at council, so I hope that we carry on with that. So, okay, so we will not be hearing from members of the public at the committee, or at the council, sorry. Request for specific time on the agenda. All right, can someone, Councillor Hamilton, want to do that?
Request for time specific?
Yeah.
That's what we're on? Okay. That the following items, I'll move that the following items be dealt with at a time specific on the agenda. Item 9.3, City Manager Update, be dealt with as first item of business on Thursday, July 4th. And item 9.4, City Manager Recruitment Update number 5, be dealt with as a time specific at 3:45 on Wednesday, July 3rd, which is today.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote. Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you. We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmell, there's a recommendation on 8.1.
Yeah, I think the recommendation is just the bylaw readings.
Yeah. Okay.
So I will move first reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Okay. All right, please vote. Sorry, this is the first reading. I don't know if anyone wish to speak. No. Okay. Councillor Salvador?
Sure, yeah, I'll just be very brief. Very pleased to see this coming forward. I think it represents some excellent collaboration between city and EPS. This has been an issue that's been identified, I know in the communities that I represent for sure, but across the city, especially with the data that EPS has presented. Being able to use all the tools that are in our toolbox to address this, I think is an appropriate approach. So thank you to administration and the entire team who worked on this over the months and I think years to get us here today. And of course would ask for full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmell, you want to close?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay, please vote. Yes?
Thanks, Marsohi.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any councillor inquiries?
We have a couple more readings. So
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. Sorry, Councillor Cartmell, please go
that's
ahead.
fine. I'll move second reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Okay, please vote. I am yes.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
So he'll move consideration of third reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
I'm yes as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
So he'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20801, bylaw amendments to address the sale of olethrin capsium spray.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, please vote. I'm yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And if you wouldn't mind, there was actually a private attachment to this bylaw report. I would suggest that you keep that in camera, subject to sections 27. That would be attachment 5 of this report.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Okay, please vote. I'm yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Councillor
We have all the
Paquette.
votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that we dealt with bylaws now. All right, councillor inquiries. I see none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule the reports, none. All right, we are on to our first item, unfinished business, 6.1, bylaw 20841, Council Code of Conduct procedural amendments. This was postponed from June 11th, 12th, 2024 City Council meeting. And I understand that Councillor Rutherford has a referral motion, right? So Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please. This should not require too much debate. You'll make that introduction as well. Thank you. Yeah.
So I would like to move that the chair of the Code of Conduct Subcommittee canvass council and call a meeting for Q3 2024, and that bylaw 20841, Council Code of Conduct procedural amendments be referred to that future Code of Conduct Subcommittee meeting, and that the Integrity Commissioner and Ethics Advisor are invited to attend.
Second.
Council Salvador? Okay, Council Salvador seconded, that is chair as well. Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, so I think we had robust conversation at the June 11th council meeting, and we did postpone this item so that we could look at it, but I think what's clear is there's a lot of changes in this that we just need to dig into more fulsomely, and additionally, some of those amendments were recommendations from our Integrity Commissioner and Ethics Advisor, which were not here to answer questions, so this will allow us to ask them questions on why they're recommending some of those changes as well. So I just think it's prudent when we notice that something is garnering a lot of conversation and public interest that we give it the due diligence at committee. So that's why I'm referring it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any questions on the referral motion? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing this referral motion forward. I guess I'm just curious from a question to the clerk, like why wasn't this at committee first to begin with? Is it at council more just for expediency?
So the Council Code of Conduct Committee actually finished its work up last year. And so what came out of the conclusion of that was a report that I can't remember if it went to Council Services or came up here, and it's that we were to do a variety of pieces of work updating the sanction process as well as some actual changes to Council's Code of Conduct. As I mentioned the last time, there's two parts to the work. We were able to get one of them finished, and we brought it directly to Council based on the discussion there and what's taken place since that time. I understand now some councillors would like to have more discussion. And I also think it would be useful if there's going to be more of a discussion, we should go back to the principles used when we had the Code of Conduct Subcommittee and to include both your Ethics Advisor and Integrity Commissioner in those discussions. So happy to
No, I think like I'm very supportive of this referral motion. I think it's a good idea to have those folks. But so the recommendation out of the committee the last time around, and that's what this bylaw is responding to, correct? Or was it a bit more?
There's a bit of both. So there was changes that came from the Code of Conduct Subcommittee, and I believe there was an outstanding motion, and I just don't have it in front of me, to include the process that was approved on January 20th, 2020, to have that sanction process, which was originally approved by motion, integrated into the bylaw, because it would be more transparent. I don't love it when council approves special processes by motion. It's just harder to track. And so it was a cleanup motion that just never got taken care of before.
I see, and this was during the previous term.
Yeah.
This is so the
It's a
current
hangover.
bylaw is a hangover from the previous term that we didn't quite discuss with the committee this term, but it's just a bit of a cleanup from that. It's been a lot of meetings. So I just want to get clarity kind of where this came from and the flow. But is that correct?
Yes, so one motion, and Nancy will correct me, one motion came from council to include the sanction process in the bylaw. We hadn't actually done the mechanics. I was hoping it was going to be done earlier this year, and for lots of really good reasons, it just didn't get done. There's still cleanup work that needs to be done in rewriting parts of council's Code of Conduct based on the work of the subcommittee. Since we didn't get through that at the last meeting, based on agenda management for this meeting, I think it'd be helpful if we just kind of go back and council has a chance to have that conversation, and then we'll come back to council once you've had the committee discussion.
Yeah, great. I don't have any other questions. I mean, I do, but I think it's probably better saved for this committee meeting when it gets scheduled, if approved.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Tang. I see no more questions on this. We have a referral motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the referral motion? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Rutherford to close.
Nothing further at this time.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our next item is 7.3, growth, oops. Yeah, 7.1 actually, sorry, 7.1, City of Edmonton Corporate Homeless Plan, Community and Public Services Committee. I'll go to the chair of the committee to introduce the item, please. Councillor Principe?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask if the Vice Chair, Councillor Rice, could introduce it.
Absolutely. Councillor Wright?
Yes, I can as soon as I find it.
Sorry, that was Councillor Rice.
Is it
Oh,
Councillor Rice, the
Rice, okay.
chair? Vice
Yeah,
Chair is Councillor
yeah,
Rice?
she
All
was
right.
the Vice Chair.
Councillor Rice is the vice chair. Okay, I see. Okay, Councillor Rice, can you please make the introduction to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So on behalf of our Chair Principe and for 7.1 and specific is our city's corporate homeless plan. We had robust, really thorough discussion at committee level. And at the end, committee unanimous agree for the recommendation right now in front of our council. For council to make the final decision, I don't have any questions, and because all the questions I already asked, and in case our other councillors and have the questions, and this is a recommendation and from the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Now I will go to Councillor Knack.
Sure. Did you, I think I know your revised wording. Do you want me to just move the original motion, or do you want me to move the motion with the revised?
You can move the motion with the revised
Okay,
wording.
then I'll quickly hit enter in the chat right there. So I'll move number 1, that the Housing and Homelessness Services Plan as set out in attachment 1 of the June 17th, 2024 Community Services Report be approved. And then number 2, that administration work with the province on a transition strategy for all services, programs, and infrastructure related to housing and houselessness, shelter operations, and mental health addiction support that are being funded by the City of Edmonton, but are the jurisdiction of the Government of Alberta.
Second.
That was Councillor Paquette seconded, I think.
Yes.
So as a quick introduction, the 2 very minor changes were shifting the phrasing from exit strategy to transition strategy. And then you will notice the addition of and houselessness immediately after housing. So those are just pieces of feedback I had heard from Mayor Sohi to help refine that motion. Beyond that, I don't think I really need to spend much more time introducing this. I talked about it in length during the committee debate. So I'll, if you really want to ask questions for me, go ahead. I just don't think I need to spend more time introducing it now. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Good. Also, I'm going to go to administration. There is a suggested alternative wording around this, right? Does the administration want to speak to that?
We can speak to the entire, I think,
Yeah, please.
intention of the motion.
Yeah, please.
And just ensure that the Assembly is aware that there is other work that is similar, and just wanting to make sure that there's a line of sight. So for example, at the September 12th and 13th, 2023 City Council meeting, a motion was passed of which Part 2 said administration provide a report on an analysis of programs, services, and initiatives that are currently funded by the City of Edmonton that fall outside our jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. So some of that work is in flight. Granted, the idea around a transition plan is not as part of that. So, and I guess just wanting to be sure that we aren't maybe duplicating current efforts that might impact some of the advocacy work, thinking about the January 15th declaration of a housing and houseless emergency, and the work that is proceeding there.
Yeah, okay. And some of those reports, so there's kind of, we haven't done that analysis yet, right, on some of those items that are coming to us on some of the future roles and responsibilities, the clarification of roles and responsibilities, right? So but this motion from Councillor Knack is very direct, right? It says plan a transition, right, of shifting responsibilities back to the province, right? So just need more clarity on how passage of this motion impacts the work that is underway.
We already have work underway to do the analysis of the programs and services initiatives that I think there some clarity is being sought between whose jurisdiction is it. And this, again, follows up on some of the work that was done back in, I'd have to look, I think August or of 2022, where we had a municipal, provincial, and federal conversation around jurisdiction. So we've been doing a lot of this work, but certainly the idea around how to transition that work is something that we have not done.
Yeah. So would this motion enable you to do that work, or?
Certainly. I do wonder about the impact it might have on our interprovincial and intergovernmental relationships as we, in one hand and in some of our advocacy, we ask for more support, and then in other saying that, well, we're looking at getting out of it completely. So just being mindful of how that might land.
Right, okay. Just want to quickly focus on the housing part. My understanding is that national housing strategy speaks to all three orders of government playing a role in housing. Houselessness is separate, but overall housing, including market housing, including affordable housing, supportive housing, there's a role of municipalities as partners. I also understand that whenever three orders of government work together, you actually go far ahead on housing, historically as well in the 90s and over the last few years in joint partnership. Can you speak to that?
That's correct, Mayor Sohi. There's a number of investments over the last several years that have happened as a result of the city's first investor-in approach.
Yeah.
And so if the city got out of housing services, there would likely be a significant challenge to affordable housing providers in being able to leverage funding from other orders of government.
Right, okay. Okay, I'll stop here and see what other colleagues have to say on this. And I'll take the chair back. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I mean, a very similar line of questioning to Mayor Sohi, just in terms of recognizing that we have a role to play in housing. Maybe to the mover, like, would it be a friendly amendment to remove housing?
No. Just the reason why is that, and to be clear, listing that word doesn't mean we're never going to fund housing, right? I think back to it's just a matter of let's go have a conversation about what's the appropriate distribution of funding for that. I think back to many years ago, the city's role was primarily making sure we provided land. Maybe that's not the role we need to take anymore in the current situation, but I would hate to not have an honest and frank conversation about supportive housing. I mean, we've put in a lot of money that I would argue has gone well above and beyond what would be expected of us. I think it's the right thing to do, but we also have a $4.3 billion surplus provincially right now. So I guess I'd ask the question, why are we paying for those things when the order of government that has primary jurisdiction isn't paying for it out of their surplus that they've already taxed us all on?
Okay, so maybe just to administration, with the current wording, do you in any way take this as direction for us to scale back our grant programs, to not provide land to be available? Like, does this give you pause, or will it decelerate any of the work that's happening on the housing front?
No.
Okay, great. That's the clarity I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, again, to the mover, possibly a friendly amendment to change the mental health / addiction support to read mental health supports and addictions treatment, just to show that there is a difference between?
Yep, I'm good with that. That would be friendly to me, but I'll.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And then to Ms. Flaman, I'm just wondering, recognizing the other work that is going on, I'm just wondering, would this provide us with a sort of a more comprehensive analysis to ensure that we don't create gaps between, and I'm thinking about the social workers recently, the city social workers, and sort of now the gap that is there, that we don't have a plan for the province to actually take on some of that work. So would this provide sort of more in-depth looking at what the impacts are going to be to Edmontonians?
I don't see the wording around impacts. We would be very tightly scoped to the idea of identifying all the services, programs, and that are in that scope that we're currently funding as a city, that should be with the GOA, and what that transition strategy could look like. And then with that information, we'd come back, and then if council, I would see this as being a report for information, and then if council would want us to do anything with that information, that we would require a further motion.
Okay, so but looking at the transition would look to see if there was any gaps or overlaps or anything like that.
I'm sure that would come out through that analysis.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for administration. Do you have an opinion? Do you hold support or non-support for this motion? I'm hearing a little bit of, or sensing a bit of possible hesitation from administration.
My humble personal opinion is I appreciate what this motion is trying to do. I appreciate that it's trying to drive to clarity about what's the lane and what's the responsibility, and that the city over time, especially post-COVID, has stepped into spaces that aren't traditionally theirs to do. So I appreciate all of that. I'm not sure what action council would take as a result of this information. And so when I think about that, I am perhaps hesitant.
Yeah, and that's, I also wanted to ask that question. Where would this lead to? Like, I'm not really clear on the direction of where this would lead to if you see that this motion is necessary for us to move ahead in the plan.
Well, it would set out the conditions for which council could make decisions regarding future funding and service packages that would address some of those programs and services that are within the jurisdiction of the GOA.
Okay, thanks. And do you see this as a possible intergovernmental relations concern if this motion passes?
Whenever we work with the GOA, we would walk carefully and thoughtfully with our partners to ensure that they understand intent and would rely on their cooperation to get the information required.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess my question to the mover, so when you contemplate the costing here, you're looking at all in like land costs, staff time, etc.
Yeah, I think we need to have a full accounting of what's being funded at the moment.
So let's say it came back that the province said, we're happy with how IIS and, Homer Trust and partners are building right now. We're gonna, we would like you to continue doing that, but we'll pay for it on a cost recovery basis. Is that something you're contemplate that could be contemplated in this motion?
I'd love to get the money for the things that we're not supposed to be funding right now. So yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm just trying to get clarity on, is it a transition in that zero city staff should be working on this, or that it should be, this is about the costing of the work?
It's about the costing of the work. I think, because I think there's always going to be a role for the city to play. I've never seen a time at which the city doesn't play a role in some way. It's just a matter of to what scale and who should be funding it.
Yeah. Okay. I like the additions, like housing and homelessness, shelter ops, mental health and addiction support, for sure. That's there. But it seems, I think it was just a few years ago that Chief McPhee said that 30% of the work of the police is mental health and addictions, and the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs said it was even higher. I think it was close to 90. It seems amiss that we aren't including mental health, addiction support, and policing currently funded by the City of Edmonton.
So the question is, should we insert policing to the motion? Is that, sorry, I don't want
Well,
to.
I'm wondering why you left our largest line item in our budget out of this motion.
So I think because arguably, well, not arguably, I think policing is quite clearly municipal jurisdiction. And the cause of the policing work is captured in this motion. But to ask the province to pay for policing when I think that is clearly defined as municipal jurisdiction is something why I wouldn't have included that. But I think you would capture that and the work that the police officers are doing through the mental health, through the updated wording of mental health supports and addictions treatment as friendly amended by Councillor Wright. And frankly,
because we're spending millions, we're spending millions on our transit safety strategy, and arguably that's a downstream cost of this motion. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're including all of the trickle down consequences of poverty into this motion.
Yeah, and I guess, again, happy to take friendly wording, but I think the items currently listed there do capture that. But that would be my interpretation. But if there's an addition that would make sense for you, happy to take it.
Okay, so if I could paraphrase, I think what you're saying is, if we get this prescription correct on what the problem is in the funding inequality, all those other treatment costs will be addressed separately. Is that sort of your thinking?
Yeah, I think very similar. Now I think back to when the tracking that happened with when Ambrose Place opened, and how you saw a clear reduction in policing costs because of that. So I think, but that was a supportive housing development that was built that helped had a subsequent decrease on our other municipal line items.
Okay. Yeah. No. I think it's a sensible approach. Happy to support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Selhi. Just a question to administration, and then for the wording change in terms of from existing strategy to the transition strategy. There are two questions here. The one question is about specifically the plan in front of us is about the specific action plan to really address the solution and for the emergency response to the houseless in our city. So if we change from existing strategy to transition strategy, as a result, the scope changed a lot. So what that impact could be from collaboration perspective for us to work with province on this piece, because I'm a little bit worried about that intergovernmental relation there, and this scope change. The plan is really clearly defined in front of us, and is to improve emergency response to houseless in our city.
If I understand correctly, the shift in wording from exit strategy to transition strategy, I think provides a bit more nuance, and that is helpful to us.
Does that means we have to make some change and in the plan presented in front of us, also passed in committee?
No, I would see this work as beside more adjacent, and we would provide that information to council and then seek direction once that work is complete.
So because the work and we discussed back to the committee and also the plan in front of us is more about improve the emergency response. So that is actually the jurisdiction, and then our city could provide lots of support. And so if we change the scope to this wide, so I'm a little bit worried about that jurisdiction concern there. And because right now the wording in front of us as a motion, but it seems like we try to say and we're doing something, but it's not our something. But the plan itself and then the major focus is to improve emergency response. So I see a little bit of gap there, but is there any way we could make this gap filled and more smoothly?
Councilor Rice, if there are any changes required to the plan that's in front of council today as a result of the analysis from this motion, then we can discuss that once we bring that information back.
Okay, so when this information will be back? And I didn't say on the motion.
I think we would seek at least a quarter of a year to do this work with the province.
Okay, so you'll have the more information back at us at the moment.
That would be our intention.
Okay, but I still want to emphasize and then our plan, and specifically we had really comprehensive discussion about the emergency response because we want to avoid annually and to discussion reactive. We want to do this work and proactive to support that emergency response as needed and for Edmontonians in the winter specifically. So I still want our plan and to really emphasize that piece as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I might throw a wrench in with my line of questioning. Okay, so I'm reading the corporate homeless plan, which would be in section 1, what we approve. And it seems to me, and I'm going to go to Ms. Flamen first, that some of those actions are actually counter to what we say in point 2. Am I, like, so if we approve the corporate homelessness plan, it has actions in there such as identify one-time financial interventions that can help prevent people from losing their housing. But when I read number 2, so we're basically, is this motion even in order? Are they contradicting each other?
I think that's probably, when it comes to point of order, I would refer to the clerk.
I mean, I guess just from your perspective, I will go to the clerk, but I'm asking you first, is there actions in the corporate homelessness plan that is proposed to be approved that would be contradictory to the direction given in point 2, in your opinion?
Yeah, it is possible, but until we do the analysis, we won't know definitively. A lot of the work in the corporate plan talks, like the quote you talked about, identify. That is what we would do. We would identify that. And
but if it's saying to, like, for funding, right? And then in theory, we would be taking up that opportunity to potentially fund that.
Yeah, and then it would be up to council to decide based on your comfort with jurisdiction and role if you would approve or decline that request.
Yeah.
It's also looking at other funding sources, Councillor. So it's not just looking entirely at city funding for that action.
But it says, for example, community plan. Okay, so talk me through this one. So, okay, maybe just to, in the sake of time, I guess to the mover, any thoughts on my line of questioning or what your perspective is on this?
Yeah, I think this goes a little bit maybe to what Councillor Jans was asking about, just that the purpose wording of the transition, I think, was a better word, because maybe we continue to do everything as identified in the plan, but we just get it funded by the order of government that's supposed to be responsible for it, right? getting that information will help us. But maybe there is possibility that something would come forward that says, no, the province, because they've asked us to stay in our lane, they want to take over full jurisdiction of it and pay for it, at which case, if they feel it is their jurisdiction, then I actually would argue we should probably pull it out of our
See, and this is
COPLA.
why I struggled with this one, because for the benefit of the public understanding where this corporate homelessness plan has come from, it emerged from an audit. And I asked the question at the time on audit committee, why are we accepting these recommendations? Because these recommendations show that we have a role to play in houselessness, specifically around shelters and those kind of things, because we did step up during the pandemic. But we did accept it, and here we are now. So I guess why didn't we make that distinction at that point in audit committee?
Short answer is it just didn't come up. I wasn't thinking about it until we started having the conversation at Community and Public Services and feeling, and maybe this is just a combination of having sat through similar discussions now for 10 years and not seeing a path forward to where I think we need to be. And so it really, for me, it sparked while we were sitting in Community and Public Services, and I thought I should make the motion at that time because that's when it came into my mind.
I guess, okay, last question I have, just to understand for my decision-making purposes, to Ms. Flamin or Mr. Honey. Does in your opinion, the corporate homelessness plan already speak to some sort of those transitions? At least in the exploratory stage.
Yes.
It does, but in a way that maybe isn't as politically volatile?
Yes.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. To the mover, recent legislation put forward by the province sort of inserts them between municipal and federal conversations. Would this be another reason why you were contemplating this motion?
Yeah, that was something I was going to offer in my closing, but absolutely. They've been very clear in the last legislative session about us staying in our lane, and I think if we are going to stay in our lane, we need to actually figure out what is within our lane and what's within their lane.
Right, okay. And to some of the concerns raised, like, we've got our plans that we're going forward with to deal with a lot of these issues. What does it mean if we vote for this? And I'm just wondering, I mean, I know that we've often been involved in lines of work that the degree to which we do the work or commit to it or fund it changes as legislation or funding capacity changes. So do you see this as a risk to for example, our corporate homeless plan, or do you see it as, this is a part of the process of the work as we clarify and get a little bit more granular or a little bit more high level in all of the areas in which the city is involved?
Yeah, the short answer being it's about the process. I don't see the risk because, again, I don't see us stopping any and all work that we're already doing. But what I could see us doing is refining what we're doing to be more deliberate around the areas that are fully within our jurisdiction. And then hopefully if the province uses the funding that they have set aside currently in a surplus to do what they're supposed to be doing, then maybe we could not be funding those things and redirect our supports into other areas that will help us accomplish our objectives even further.
Right, like a little bit more into core services, things like that. So, and this is something that we've heard from the province multiple times, is that they wish that municipalities would stay in their lanes. And the way I look at this motion, I see it as a way to clarify what the province feels these lanes are. And if we get that clarification, maybe we also get clarification for funding and for different things that the province might want to legislate for municipalities that would be beneficial to us. That's the way I read it, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
That's the intent, yes.
Okay, well, it makes sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please? Councillor Jans?
Sorry, I was coughing. Yes.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more concerned I am becoming about this. When I look at the corporate houseless plan, there are a number of actions in that we have identified, or that we take, from housing investments to encampment, public property enforcement, right? And they do directly tie to houselessness and other issues. So if this motion, as I read it, is basically we're talking about divestment strategy, that we, if I maybe understand, maybe this is to a concert knack, right? If that's the intent, that we stop investing in these issues. For example, province may come to us, say, no, we're adequately funding all these services, right? You don't have to do more. But as a community, we identify, yes, we need to do more, right? Then what we do?
Then we keep doing more.
Then we keep doing more. Okay.
If we want to keep doing more, nothing from this motion would at all stop us from doing more.
Okay.
But it does allow us to have an honest conversation about things. There has certainly been scope creep in the last decade in this city, and justifiably so, because frankly, people were going to die if we didn't step up.
Yeah.
How long do we keep doing that?
Yeah. For example, fire service responding to overdoses, right? Province will say, no, we properly fund EMS. Your fire department doesn't have to respond to overdoses, but in reality, we know that if they don't, people will die, right? So the intent is not stop doing that.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So is it focuses on part of the focus is on kind of cost reimbursements of those services?
Yes, but I also think I worry a little bit from this conversation that I feel like we're already giving the province an out for something that they're supposed to be responsible for. Mm-hmm. So we're just making an assumption the answer through a conversation is going to be, no, we're doing everything exactly perfect as is, therefore we should just keep the status quo. I'm not sure there's any, maybe I'm incorrect, but I'm not sure there's anyone at this table or in this chamber that thinks the status quo is functionally working right now. Mm. So why give them an out at this point? Why make up their minds for them? I guess I'd be asking that question.
No, I understand. I'm not giving them out. I think just being more pragmatic and practical in when I hear that they're making significant investment. To some extent, they are. They are making actually significant investment, but the need far exceeds the investments being made by all orders of government, right? So even if they step up more, need is so great, right? That's where I'm a little nervous on us not, particularly in housing, that municipality saying we don't have a role in housing, right? So,
but to be clear, this motion doesn't say that there's no role in housing for us.
Okay. So this is about generating a report, then having that discussion, right?
And hopefully having a frank conversation that we haven't had in 10 years with the province about who should be doing what, who should be funding it to what levels, how we can work together to accomplish those goals, because we haven't done that after 10 years, and I'm a little tired of it.
Okay, okay. I'll take the chair back. Yeah. All right. I see no more questions on this. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion?
Mayor Soe, can we get the motion updated?
To include.
So I will update it once the friendly amendments are confirmed by the chair and that there is no objection.
I thought I did confer that. Sorry if I didn't.
Okay, both of them?
Yeah. From Councillor Wright's, mine was included into the motion already, and Councillor Wright's was separating mental health services and addictions treatment, right? And that was friendly. That was your amendment, right, Councillor Wright? Yeah.
And that's the only one?
That's the only one I heard. No, that's the only thing I have heard, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, now we have motion on the floor to speak. Councillor Rutherford?
Point of order, and Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Rice.
Do we have opportunity to ask a question for the amendment?
Yeah, those were friendly amendments. I'll go to clerk.
I do have one question for the amendment in terms of addictions treatment.
So I think then, I think process-wise, then that is not no longer a friendly if you have questions on that, right? So clerk.
So my question is, was it friendly or was it not?
That's what I thought from the House, that it was friendly.
So that's
and
the first step. Is it friendly? If you could just confirm with unanimous consent that it's a friendly amendment, then we can get to the next part, if there is a next part.
Okay, is it a friendly amendment, colleagues?
I do have questions.
Then it's not friendly?
Then it is not friendly. Then I'll go to Councillor Wright to move the amendment, please.
All right, I move that mental health / addictions support be amended to mental health supports and addictions treatment.
Second.
Okay, all right. Now, Councillor Rice, you can ask questions on it.
Thank you, Mayor Salhi. I have a very quick question and for the wording about the addictions treatment, because addiction treatment is under our city's authority and even for the service provider to provide that treatment, or that is under AHS, under province jurisdiction. So I prefer the original wording and the mental health and addiction support as a general term, and instead of specific talk about addiction treatment.
Is that a question then to me, Councillor Rice?
The question could to mover, and also I would like to get the thoughts and from administration in terms of that part as well, because to me this is a two cross the line and to the addiction treatment, and is that part of our city's program and the services we provided?
No, it's not, and I think that was the original intent of, or the intent of the original motion was to sort of delineate what is provincial responsibility versus what is municipal responsibility. And the reason that I was requesting the change in the wording to separate out mental health from addictions is because not everybody that has mental health concerns have addictions, so they don't require the treatment for addictions, but they do need, I mean, and that's one of the major root causes of, I think, of all of our challenges is the mental health supports.
So in fact, if that is the case, to the administration, for our current program, our services, do we provide that addiction treatment? If not, and then is there any value to add this addiction treatment there?
I believe that was to administration, yeah.
Yes.
No, the municipality does not provide addiction treatment services.
So if that is the case, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, we have a amendment on the floor, so we'll vote. Anyone to speak to the amendment?
I believe I just did.
No. Councillor Rice, are you signed up to speak to the amendment?
I could be very quick, and then I cannot support amendments. I prefer the original wording, and because it's very clear addiction treatment is not under our city's jurisdiction. But I really appreciate Councillor Wright and then try to cover as many scope as we could to ensure the services we provided to the people needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright to close.
Sure, and this was the point of changing it, is to delineate between what is provincial responsibility and what is municipal responsibility. So I do ask my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll vote on the amendment now.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we're back to the amendment. sorry, the motion?
Yeah, and I'm just going to put it up, and just to clarify, we're going to put a due date of Q1 2025 on it.
Q1 2025. Okay, got it. Now we were on the speaking on this, right? Before I go to speaking, any other questions on this? I see none. Now we are speaking to this. Councillor Rutherford.
Are you going to have me tee it up, eh? I'm really struggling with this, and I'm struggling with this because I think that, as I mentioned, this came out of a city auditor audit, which talked about how our as a city we weren't coordinated in our houselessness response, which of course makes sense because it's not really what was in our wheelhouse, but we stepped up during the pandemic. I asked at that time at the audit committee, why is administration even accepting this audit report? I talked to audit committee about it at the time. Either way, I thought a corporate homelessness plan would still be a good move to start to create that clarity, exactly the clarity that we're talking about. I think it's a really solid plan. I think it talks about getting more clarity in areas where it makes sense. I think it talks about being more strategic and having more precision about where we show up and where we don't show up. So I really support point one. I think, kudos to a really great job. What I'm really grappling with is the second part. And I debated if I even just do a motion to strike part two, but I know we're at council and I just felt like speak to it all at once. What I'm struggling with this is that as somebody that worked in the space of homelessness, serving houseless people and working in housing, I remember being extremely frustrated as an administration about how jurisdiction can be used as a shield and a cover from all orders of government, to be frank. And I feel like point two is doing that in a way that, the MGA says we as a municipal body have a fiduciary duty to create a safe community and to enhance well-being. And if one of the things that is affecting well-being is housing precarity, houselessness, addictions, mental health, while I think we need to have those honest conversations about where we get involved and where we don't, I think it's unfair for us to say we've not had those conversations. We have had reports that came back that broke down very clearly what is clear municipal responsibility, what is clearly provincial, what is clearly federal. We have made intentional moves about the things that we have stepped into that space because, as rightfully mentioned by Councillor Knack, people are dying. People are still dying on our streets. That hasn't changed since COVID, especially if they're houseless. In fact, the numbers are worse. So I'm really grappling with that because I think the corporate homeless plan already allows administration to go and have those administration to administration conversations and to continue the advocacy work. I think point two is actually, in my opinion, creating a bit of a political lightning rod. And I don't think that serves the community that way we are intending it to serve the community. So I'm really struggling with that. I understand the intent of the mover. I understand the intent of why we want to have this conversation. But again, we already know that the province is fully aware. We've had a mayor that has been advocating tirelessly, has been very clear to point out where we need support. We recently had a letter come back from the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Clearly, they understand our issues, they understand our concerns, but provincially, every other municipality is experiencing these same challenges. And I think it's really important to understand that Edmonton is not an anomaly, in especially the sphere of mental health addictions, housing, and houselessness. Every municipality, big, mid-size, or small, is experiencing challenges. So we need to work collectively on that kind of advocacy, I think more rightfully so in places like AB Munis, than going it alone in a way that I think just creates more political animosity than actually moves us forward. So I will be voting no to this motion. Can I divide it?
Yeah,
If
we
I
can
can
vote-
divide it, I will divide it.
We can vote part one and part
Okay,
two.
I will support part one. I will be voting no to part two.
Got it.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice?
I understand the motion, the intention of motion. I really appreciate. So my colleague Councillor put this motion on the floor. So I have similar concern as Councillor Rutherford just spoke. I'm not going to repeat all those points, and because Councillor Rutherford articulated really well. So I also would like to see this two-part voted separately. And then overall, I want to appreciate the city administration actually puts a lot of good work on this plan in front of us. And as we already approved at the committee level and put the recommendation to council. So I want to take this opportunity to thank administration's work as well. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the conversation today. I'll certainly be listening to others' comments, but at this point, I'm inclined to support this motion. I think I got clarity from administration that they don't interpret this as changing course right now. This is not a motion to transition. It's a motion to understand what that could look like. And the reason I think that's important is that there have been a few instances recently where we as a city have very appropriately stepped up to manage crises, to help support all Edmontonians. And there has come a point where we haven't financially been able to sustain continuing those services. And those services have then ended abruptly. We've had to withdraw funding, and they have halted in their tracks. And I, as much as I understand why we have had to do that, I think it is a disruptive way for us to manage services in our community. So this, to me, is what a transition strategy is looking at. It's recognizing that we aren't financially able to sustain some of this work. And again, this is the big question: what work will we keep doing, and which work won't we? But I think we need to have very clear plans if there are areas where we need to be tapering off in the long term. Again, this is not direction to do any of that tapering off now. That's certainly not what I want to see. I don't want to. I don't want this to become, brinksmanship in any way. But I think we have to have realistic conversations about what our long-term abilities are, and I think that this motion helps us to do that. I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Knack, for making this motion. I don't see it as being political. I see it as being pragmatic, so that we're getting the information and the data in order to make some sound decisions. I think we all know whose lane is which when it comes to some of these social services and the impacts that they have on the citizens of Edmonton. But I think we need to more clearly outline what will happen if the city does step away from some of the areas where we have been filling in the gaps. I think Edmontonians have also been impacted by property taxes as a result of having to cover some of these services that are in the province's realm of responsibility. Things like the 28 million for medical calls that our fire service does. And it's not that we want to step away from doing any of that. We want to make sure that we're either compensated or the province steps in to actually cover what they are responsible for. So I do encourage all my council colleagues to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cardwell?
Thank you. Just a few brief comments. I appreciate the comments made before. Councillor Rutherford mentioned that all of the municipalities across the province are facing to this situation to some degree, but Edmonton's situation is unique. We're the core 2/3 of the region, and I think that in that uniqueness, there's got to be a conversation about how we share these resources and share these responsibilities, not just with the province, but quite frankly across the region. And maybe that's extending the motion beyond the wording, but I think we need to have this conversation, and I'll tell you why. There is some conversations happening in some of the satellite communities that have said that because the navigation center has been set up in Edmonton, there's no longer a need for emergency shelters in those communities. That the navigation center is a regional provincial thing, not an Edmonton thing. So that's a good question. Is it? Isn't it? Should we know? So as I understand it, the intent of this motion is to go and have those conversations, those bureaucratic conversations, those bureaucracy to bureaucracy conversations about how we align, where funding comes from, and how we do this work together. What I like about the last couple of conversations we've had, there was the update to the community plan to end homelessness, there's the corporate plan on homelessness, is that we were reactive. We have gone through a number of years where we've had this patchwork of initiatives and funding and programs that have a particular life. And then they do end abruptly, or they don't, or there's an urgent call for further funding to renew them. It's unorganized, it's disconnected, it's disjointed, not just between us and the province, but within our own walls. What's been good about these last couple of conversations is that we're now shifting to back to a proactive conversation. How are we moving forward? What do we need to do? Where do we see the gaps? And I like that. And as part of that proactive conversation, I think there needs to be a bit of a reset or the opportunity to have the collaborative conversation with the province about who's funding what. And I think we run into this collision of who's responsible for housing, and that has always been shared, and who's responsible for healthcare. And there's not a deep separation and a dark line that separates those two. And the example I'll use is the Greater Edmonton Foundation. We appoint the board reports to the province. They do housing for seniors. But I built some of those lodges, and in those lodges is an office for home care, which is healthcare. Why? Because they are there constantly and consistently helping those residents with their healthcare needs. So much so that they're there all day, every day, helping people. Now, should that housing entity be funded to do healthcare? Should they be paying the bill to build that office and to heat it and operate it and contain it? No, it's healthcare, housing and healthcare. But that's not the way it works. There is a blend, there is a transition, there is, top to bottom, side to side, a graying of the lines. So how do we do this work collaboratively for the greater good of the people that we collectively represent? It's worth a conversation, it's worth alignment. And instead of having this political conversation that ends up in the front page of the newspaper where we're talking past each other, maybe the bureaucracies can get in a room and talk with each other and maybe solve some of these problems. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I appreciate this discussion and the questions that I think all my colleagues have shared. Where I land on this, and I think I want to say I think everybody had a really thoughtful contribution to the discussion. I also don't read this as any kind of divestment or instruction to stop doing things. I more so read it as an opportunity to, I would say, demonstrate political will. I think it gives us a tone of forward-looking discussion around our sustainability to manage these issues as a jurisdiction. And I note that maybe some of the conversations in the past have been something along the lines of, we're doing this, you need to take it over, rather than we have sort of this broader look at how do we ensure that all the bases get covered here? What does that look like? So I actually think this might, I'm optimistic. I'm feeling optimistic today. I feel like this might actually help reset some of the difficult conversations that we've had with the provincial government in recent times. So I'll be supporting this, and I thank you, Councillor Knack, for bringing this forward. And I hope that this does, in fact, move some of these conversations forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I'll be supporting this as well. I on the grounds of what I heard admin say, they read this as a not a stop doing, and I think Councillor Cartmel raised an excellent point. Like, there really is a regional angle to this here. I've had some conversations with service providers recently just about how Edmonton really is such a key hub for the social supports for all folks, not just in Edmonton, but in the region and with our MOU partners and all over northern and central Alberta. So really, we do need to have that conversation about, okay, where is the line and what are we doing, and where are some economies of scale that could be gathered by maybe the province doing some of this work instead of on a longer term consistent basis than us. The point's not lost on me from Councillor Knack that they're in a $4.3 billion surplus, and we still can't even get the $2.2 million from them for the 2023 Shigella outbreak, or the $9.1 million in direct costs from that we're paying in dealing with the drug poisoning overdoses, a 790% increase since 2018, or the $36 million short that we're from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or getting parity on our local infrastructure funding, going from $424 per Edmontonian down to $154 per Edmontonian. And of course, they pay for the Deerfoot Trail in Calgary, but they don't pay for the White Mud or the Yellowhead in Edmonton. And I could keep going on and on and on. There's so many examples of this. And it's clearly in this motion. I appreciate what Councillor Knack is trying to do. It's trying to get all the cards on the table. I think Edmonton has gone above and beyond in terms of funding, in terms of land, in terms of staff time, in terms of support. I swear, some days it feels like we're the only level of government that truly cares about this issue based on how much time we are spending discussing it at our governance table compared to the province or the feds. So we need help here, and we need them to step up in a big way. So it's frustrating when I get calls from them about photo radar and other things that are really so inconsequential compared to this crisis of poverty and suffering that comes from our housing crisis. And I want this motion to pass to help get the province to focus on keeping the main thing, and that's taking care of Albertans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great, thank you. I realize I spoke to this at committee, but it's been a while. I want to reiterate a few points and just maybe offer some thoughts, especially on the second piece. I want to commend administration for working on the corporate plan. I think it's really necessary. And my biggest takeaway when I read it through was just how much time we're spending on response rather than prevention and resolution, which is not a sustainable path forward. There were certainly some concerns I had around consistency in the language we're using and making sure the city and other stakeholders are kind of speaking on the same page about when we talk about prevention and resolution and response. What does that look like? There were some recommendations that I felt kind of actually gets us further out of our lane, but I think I have to kind of come back to what is the role of the city in those conversations and not always in service delivery. And I think this plan is complementary to the community plan that we discussed many weeks ago. But this is much more inward, very corporate focused. It's about realigning priorities across different program areas to best leverage the resources that we have. And I will always come back to this point around centering on those who are living this experience right now. Many of them do have ideas. They do have, that they are the in some of this realm. And before we kind of looking at new money, have we asked and tried creative solutions first with existing resources first? Have we tried working with those who are out there on the streets, living the day to day? I've also expressed at the time during the committee that I lack confidence in this intergovernmental conversation with the province. While we've seen some improvement in I guess stepping up when it comes to, say, the navigation support center, when it comes to shelter funding, I don't think there is a general trend of stepping up in the areas that the provincial government is responsible for. So. And I think what I'm hung up on is this word of, first at the time it was exit, and now it's transition. And even with transition, I feel hesitant. I think perhaps the kind of what we're really talking about is kind of a current state, landscape scan of who's doing what, how much, and how can we best leverage the limited resource that we all have, and really focus on what we should be doing collectively to support the communities and build on the work we already have. I guess my hope for this conversation, I plan to support it at this time. My hope with this conversation is to focus more. And I don't want to see a withdrawal from everything, especially if the provincial conversation, they don't go well. But I think we need to be open to exploring, and we need to understand what the who's doing what. And it's not just for council or elected officials or the provincial government. I think it's important for the public to really understand that none of this is simple, that sometimes there's no clear line, but how are we all working towards leveraging the limited resource we do have to best support the community? And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of the best humanitarian, intergovernmental, and budgetary motions I have ever seen, and as such, I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to extend my deepest appreciation to the administration for working so hard to put together what Edmonton can do, and the plan that you have put together in response to the audit's report. A lot of effort has gone into it. A lot of conversation took place with the stakeholders as well as people with lived experience and building on the community plan. So I want you to know that I am fully supportive of what you have brought forward, and fully supportive of part one of this motion, and going ahead and start implementing and delivering on that community corporate plan on our responsibility on ending houselessness. I am nervous about part two, but I will support it because it will probably help us have more robust conversation about roles and responsibilities, and who needs to do what and what the lanes are. I think there's not enough of clarity actually what the lanes are, because intermingling of jurisdictions, but also expectations from Edmontonians in this case, that they want all three orders of government to work together, ending houselessness, mental health crisis, and the addictions crisis that we are facing. I want to speak briefly on the intergovernmental. I think we have some great successes in our advocacy to the province. I think about the $13 million that we were getting less to support Homeward Trust. When we put forward data and evidence, province was convinced, and they added $13 million on an annual basis to support Homeward Trust's efforts to ending houselessness in our city. I think about the discrepancy in the shelter capacity, where we have gone from 700 shelters to now 1,700 shelters, which are actually better supported with the on-site services for people to connect to. I think about navigation center. I think about more affordable housing investments that province and the federal governments are making. Is it enough? Absolutely not. It's making a little bit dent, but it's not enough, recognizing the demand for services and demand for housing and how more and more people are falling into houselessness. While we are, lifting people out of houselessness as a community, unfortunately, because of poverty, because of the social structure deficiencies, more and more people are falling into houselessness. That is the challenge. That's why all the investments that are being made are not matching the need out in the community. That does not mean that governments have not been stepping up. They have been, and we need to do more. My nervousness is around housing. I firmly believe that housing is a shared responsibility. We do a lot as a municipality on housing. I also little nervousness around, how would province see this, or would they see this as us not willing to do our part? That's not the intent. I absolutely get it. That's not the intent from Councillor Knack. So there'll be some conversation around that. And I also worry how Edmontonians will see this. Will they see this us as saying, province, you take on all this responsibility, but we are not. I know that is not the intent either. So those are kind of things that are creating nervousness for me around this, right? And how our service providers will perceive this. So we might have to do some communications on that. So looking forward to that and to the report. So with that, flagging all those nervousness points that I have raised, I will support part 2. Reluctantly at this time, but look forward to the further conversation on this, because maybe I'll stop here. Yeah, okay, good. And I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks, everyone. I really do appreciate the discussion on this. And as I'll start just by what I said at committee, and again, thanking city administration for everything in the corporate homelessness plan. It is an excellent plan. You can see the amount of time and dedication that went into it. So that to me is the easiest part of the motion to support. So I'll spend a little bit more time on point 2. And I'll start with a question. Are we happy with the status quo? My guess is the answer is no. And let's put some real numbers to that. 2013, 302 people died in the city of Edmonton. That's 8 times what it was in 2019. The status quo is getting worse. And we've heard through some of the comments of my colleagues, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Cartmel talked about this. We've been doing this patchwork in areas that aren't our jurisdiction that have then stopped funding abruptly. Think about the day services that we've been funding for Boyle Street and Bissell services for 4 years. They're mad that they couldn't continue doing it because the funding stopped. Did anyone pick up the slack? Nope. That's just gone, right? I think about the West End shelter that we funded for $7.5 million a few years ago to help people in the West End who were dying on the streets. We funded it because it was the right thing to do. Not our jurisdiction by any stretch. Absolutely the right thing to do. Winter ended. Do we have a shelter in the West End? Maybe this year. We just approved one that might start, maybe, many years later. So that's an example of the status quo right now. And I'll give one other question, and you all touched on the housing piece. I've asked this question of administration, and we got an answer, to be clear, which is, what is the provincial plan of action for the 1,400 to 1,700 permanent supportive housing units that are needed? The province has not provided one yet, supposedly this fall. I'm hearing. I have your hope that we're going to see that. But what if we don't? Think about how we've handled housing as a city, and this goes to this patchwork approach. We funded in 2020 of summer about $30 million to help build 215 units of permanent supportive housing, something we've never done before. The right thing to do. But we did that, noting full well that the province had not at all committed to actually operating those beds. We made a huge gamble as a city and say, here's $30 million to go build something that we have no idea that will actually operate. It took 2 mayors and about 2 years to get that commitment at the literal 11th hour and 59th minute, where Premier Kenney said, yeah, we'll fund those. We're going to build a bunch more. We just approved $187 million in this last budget cycle to build so many more supportive housing units. Currently, there is no guarantee that we have operational funding for any of those units that we're building. Is that good? Like, is that a good governance? Is this a good plan? Like, to me, forgive my frustration, because I've been sitting here for 10 years waiting for something that will get better. And it's exhausting, because the people that keep losing their lives, I just would like to see something that actually moves us in a direction that can help fix this. Because after sitting here for 10 years, I have nobody to blame but myself that we're not where we need to be. It's just so hard to hear year after year. So I do hope that this can be that reset to say we all need to get on the same page. We'll probably keep funding everything to the level we are. I don't see how we don't at this point with how much is needed. But goodness, I'd like to make sure that the money we're spending is actually going to be operating the way we need it to. That maybe those other areas that have had the slack drop because we don't have shelters, we don't have all these, we have enough beds now, but there's no clear strategy. And I don't subscribe to the fact that this always has to be a thing, because we see there are jurisdictions that actually have been able to do this. And we've got the right strategy because of the city staff that have been working on this for the last decade, who have done an admirable job of really leaning into that housing first, which we know works. We've seen it in other countries. We've seen it in other cities that have done it. I'm just so tired. I don't know if this will fix it. Based on the last 10 years, it probably won't. But goodness, I just needed to give it a try.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Can I confirm, are you splitting it?
Yes, part 1 and part 2.
We'll just put part 1 up.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll vote on part 2 now.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to item 7.3, Growth Management Framework Update, Substantial Completion, Standard Metrics, Thresholds, and Supporting Information. This was from Urban Planning Committee. I'll go to the chair first to introduce the item. And
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 7.3, we had a presentation from administration on their proposed substantial completion standard, which included 3 required metrics and a number of tracked metrics. We heard from a number of speakers, I believe over a dozen, who expressed a range of concerns and insights, a strong desire or a strong emphasis of the need to begin planning sooner rather than later, that it's usually about a 10-year timeline from planning to houses being occupied. We then asked a number of questions of administration to get clarity around the intent of what had been put forward, and we ended up requisitioning it without any motions. There was discussion of 2 potential motions coming forward, but we left none on the floor, as there were other members of council who wished to weigh in on this question. Thank you.
well, thank you so much for the introduction. What I'm going to do, because I exempted this, I'm going to ask Councillor Jans to take the chair.
Taken.
And I do have a proposed motion that I would like to move.
Please do. I'll second it. No, wait, I'm the chair. Would somebody else second it?
I'll move that administration move forward with pre-planning for the future growth area, including a review of land use mixes to optimize the balance of residential, non-residential land to support long-term fiscal sustainability of the city as a whole, as outlined in June 19, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02483, and Part 2, that administration work with stakeholders to understand the cost of growth in the future growth area and develop a strategy on how growth can be achieved efficiently and sustainably, including but not limited to funding models and tools to support the provision of services, amenities, and infrastructure in alignment with the city plan, and the return to committee prior to the implementation of the administrative standard for substantial completion.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mayor Sohi, seconded by Councillor Tang. Is that Tang? Yep. Okay, so Councillor Carmel, do you?
Can I make the introduction?
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, the intent of this is to ensure that we are moving forward on growth in a smart, sustainable, and financially responsible way, with full understanding of the who's to pay for what and how we pay for it, and have that good understanding on the cost implications and the responsibilities and the partnership that we have with the development industry, what they should be paying for and what the city's responsibilities are and how we should be paying for it. Because what I have noticed in the developing areas that services are greatly lacking, and even the developer-funded responsibilities take years to implement and be brought on board. We lack public transit, we lack green spaces, parks, and we need to have very good conversations with industry and stakeholders and others to like how we pay for growth before we start moving forward on some of the area structure plans and also the administrative standards that administration will be bringing forward for the substantial completion. This is about pre-planning, doing that work, and before we move forward on the additional work, and have a very good understanding, a very good conversation and dialogue around how we pay for growth in our city and how we have contiguous, smart development instead of sprawling out without having a plan to pay for it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Did administration have a revised presentation for this item?
Councillor Jans, we can provide some remarks if council so chooses. It's similar, but maybe a bit more detail on sort of the subsequent work we had planned based on some of the questions and feedback we'd heard.
I'll look to my colleagues if that's something needed.
Yes,
Hearing.
please.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Councillor Wright would like the presentation. Yeah, could we have the presentation then, please?
Good morning, Mayor.
And sorry, I'm wondering if I can pass the chair to Councillor Carmel, because I have to head to on behalf of council. I have to be at a function right away, and I'll be in transit shortly.
I'm happy to take the chair.
And Councillor Clark? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. We're here to present the proposed substantial completion standard for the developing area, which is one component of the growth management framework. This work plays an important role in implementing the city plan and Edmonton's ability to welcome another 1 million people within its current boundary. With so many people choosing Edmonton, administration continues to respond and prepare for growth.
The future growth area will play a key role in the city's long-term growth in terms of both residential and non-residential development. The substantial completion standard guides when residential development will occur in that area, and this is about phasing growth and not restricting growth. Joining me today are Kent Snyder, Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services, and Howeida Hossan, Director of Urban Growth, to finish the presentation.
The city plan vision of 2 million residents thriving in a city that is livable, vibrant, climate resilient, and contained within its current boundary is supported by a series of desired outcomes, including that Edmonton's growth and development mutually benefit the city and region. In turn, this is supported by an intention to manage growth with regards to long-term fiscal impacts and life cycle costs of infrastructure and services. In order to manage growth and improve the city's long-term financial viability, a key decision remains to be made about when to start planning and development in the future growth area. The city plan anticipated this decision and provided direction to require substantial completion of the developing area, including service provision, amenities, and infrastructure, prior to authorizing preparation of statutory plans for the contiguous development of the future growth area. The future growth area is outlined at the bottom of the map up on the screen on this slide. The growth management framework includes a set of tools to phase and activate growth in a manner that addresses the city's fiscal viability. One tool is the implementation of a substantial completion standard for the developing area, which is shown in the dark green on the map. The standard focuses on defining and achieving a specific level of development in the developing area as a condition that must be met before administration seeks council authorization to proceed with statutory planning of the future growth area. This does not apply to non-residential development. Once council grants authorization for statutory planning of the future growth area to begin, there are few remaining regulatory checkpoints. This is why timing the authorization appropriately is important. If authorization to begin developing the future growth area is given sooner than necessary, the developing area will be less complete when development begins in the future growth area. This will lead to misalignment in the development patterns described in the city plan and have a negative impact on the city's ability to maintain service levels. If the authorization is given later than necessary, there's a risk that residential development could become constrained. Next slide, please. The slide presents the planning spectrum that will ultimately result in homes becoming available in the future growth area. Administration is advancing 3 pieces of work at this time that will provide an important basis for the steps that follow in planning the future growth area. Firstly, the terms of reference for new neighborhoods renewal project is underway and will include fiscal considerations for capital and operating impacts via the Integrated Infrastructure Management Plan Renewal Project and require an integration of a climate lens as well. A servicing study will be scoped this year and completed in 2026. The completion of the servicing study is not a prerequisite for council authorization. These components of work will be discussed a bit further on the next slide. The progress on the proposed metrics is ongoing, and achievement of the threshold is the primary prerequisite for administration to seek council authorization for statutory planning in the future growth area. The required metrics define when council authorization of statutory planning will be sought. After authorization is given, developers will be able to proceed with preparing and advancing statutory plans for the future growth area for council's consideration. Should council approve those plans, development can begin in that neighborhood. The development process includes rezoning, subdivision, servicing agreements, development permits, and building permits. Upon the completion of those steps, the first homes will be available in the future growth area. While the planning and development of the future growth area is underway, development will continue in the developing area. As noted previously, the administration's recommended threshold allows for 5 years supply of dwelling units development in the developing area as the first homes become available in the future growth area. Next slide. Concurrent with the developing area growth monitoring and reporting in accordance with the substantial completion standard, administration will continue to advance 3 important pieces of work in anticipation of seeking council authorization for statutory planning. Firstly, the completion of the update of the terms of reference for new neighborhoods project is a prerequisite for council's authorization of statutory planning. The TOR will describe how the future growth area is developed, but will not influence when council authorization for statutory planning is given. In addition to including a climate lens, the updated terms of reference will also include fiscal considerations for capital and operating impacts using a renewed approach to the Integrated Infrastructure Management Plans, or IIMPs. The IMP renewal project will respond to Council's direction from September 2023 that the terms of reference of new neighborhoods address both the operating and capital fiscal impacts of growth and improve the financial sustainability of new neighborhoods. Administration will explore opportunities to optimize neighborhood design and will review city standards that could result in improved fiscal outcomes. Finally, administration will also undertake a high-level infrastructure servicing study for the future growth area, including residential and non-residential areas. The outcome of the study is meant to establish a common understanding of servicing needs of the area for the development industry, the city, and other partners. Administration will begin scoping the servicing study this year. At a minimum, the study will include a review of transportation, utilities, and natural assets. Scoping of the servicing study is beginning this year and will include stakeholder engagement and is estimated to be completed in 2026.
If today's report is accepted, administration will prepare administrative standard for substantial completion of the developing area and provide that to Council as part of a memo by the end of this year. Administration will also begin publicly reporting on each of the required and tracked metrics in 2025. And thirdly, administration will define the scope of the future growth area servicing study, which was just highlighted for you. We anticipate that next Council's formal decision on this work will happen when the threshold is imminent. At that time, administration will bring a recommendation that statutory planning of the future growth area begin. Proponents may advance statutory plans ahead of the threshold for Council's consideration. If that occurs, in that instance, administration would apply the standard and the monitoring and reporting of where those tracked and required metrics are and formulate a recommendation for Council's consideration. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, are you on the board for
Yes, I am.
questions?
For
Okay.
questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jans.
So my question, can I ask questions of administration at this time?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, not just the motion, yeah. So what would be the impact on the region? I'm wondering like how, I see we have 80,000 homes still available for development within the redeveloping areas. What about the region? How much space is there for residential in Leduc, Beaumont, Nisku, Devon?
Councillor Jans, that work is currently underway by the EMRB to better understand the population and employment forecasts for the region. I believe that work is meant to be completed by October. That's meant to be followed by a housing assessment as well, or a housing strategy. So we'll have maybe some of those answers, more current information at that point. However, we do know that the region does have a number of approved statutory plans in place for development. We have some of those numbers, if you're interested, that we can provide as well.
Because I guess we heard a lot of speakers say, oh, we need to build homes in the south because people want to work at the airport. But if people work at the airport, they don't pay taxes to Edmonton. So we get the loss of the homes while they get the gain of the economic tax uplift from commercial and industrial. So why like it seems premature to have this substantial completion conversation without the region truly being able to take on their share of the liability too.
Councillor Jans, just wanted to highlight that City Plan has identified this area for growth. So City Plan is a growth plan, both for residential and non-residential as it relates to the land south of 41st Avenue. So this body of work is really about providing data and metrics to inform how and when council authorization would look to see development further south of 41st Avenue.
Yes, but also like City Plan has comprehensive in terms of many. That doesn't really, I guess that doesn't really answer my question. like why don't we have more data from the region before going into substantial completion?
Councillor, so I'm not going to be able to give much more of an answer other than we are responding to city plan, which is our highest level document and our vision for the community. And regardless of what others in the region are doing, we have aspirations and desires as our own community. And so this is not suggesting that we shouldn't grow. It's just trying to sequence and determine the right timing. The policy specifically in city plan has a undertone of fiscal sustainability. But we also know that the city plan talks about growth and non-residential activation and trying to achieve our climate strategies as well. So there's a number of components to this, but this is specifically trying to look at the sequencing of that growth.
I guess I'm worried, like, city plan was written under a set of assumptions at a time when, like, offsite levies were more permitted. Like, there was provincial government that was giving us 3 times as much MSI funding per person than they are now. Like, we had a lot more revenue, and growth seemed like a good thing. But the ground has shifted now, and growth is loss. Growth is tax increase. So, like, while city plan does contemplate some future housing at some point, aren't there other elements of city plan around our financial sustainability as a city that should take primacy here?
Councillor Jans, I think both this motion and another motion that we have from September of 23, which is asking administration to look at operating and capital costs around the impacts of growth to improve the financial sustainability of new neighborhoods. So I feel that through that body of work, we can help, or we can bring that information to council to have a more robust conversation around those costs.
So can I ask taxation? Have they forecasted what the tax increase will be to even do something like snow removal for this new area?
We haven't looked at that. However, when the city plan was done, there was a financial assessment that contemplated capital costs, operating costs, and is seen as an 8% efficiency or is 8% lower than the business as usual scenario in terms of how we grow. So that's at a macro level, looking at it from the city perspective, not necessarily based on just the land south of 41st Avenue.
Thank you. I'm up next, and next on the roster is Councillor Hamilton.
I can take, I'm still here. I can take the chair, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay. Fair enough. Over, weird game of ping pong here. I'm going to have a couple of rounds of questions. I don't want to relitigate all of the things we talked about at committee. We went through a pretty substantial conversation. But I want to dig into this question of cost of growth. So my understanding is that the very first subdivision in the city of Edmonton was Glenora. Is that costing us money, or is that are we losing money on Glenora, or are we making money?
I think if we look at it per neighborhood, there's a difference there. So we look at the our costs as a city as a whole and how we allocate our budget.
Right. So, you know, I could ask the same question about Dickinsfield. Is Dickinsfield costing us money now? Because when it was first built, we got more roads, we had to plow more snow, we had to run more buses. The N13 ran in front of my mom and dad's house. So when it was built, it cost us more money. Is it helping or hurting right now? Do we do that neighborhood by neighborhood?
We don't do that neighborhood by neighborhood.
Castle Downs is paying a lot of money for LRT. Are they benefiting from LRT? Windermere is paying a lot of money for a lot of stuff. Are they getting anything? So, I really wonder about this. So I guess to the mover, and I'm also batting back and forth here the motion, but there's a question that the motion says, understand the cost of growth in the future growth area. So what does that mean? Does that mean how long until it's costing us less than it's paying? How long until property taxes pay for the services in that area, in part of that area, in the whole neighborhood, non-residential versus residential?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you look at the motion as a whole, there's a part in that talks about balance of residential and non-residential, because non-res.
But that's in the first part, Mayor Sohi.
Oh, yeah. So
The
I'm just
second part's where it talks about cost.
yeah. So if we could strike a right balance between residential and non-residential, you can actually make your neighborhoods more financially sustainable. My understanding that non-res subsidizes res growth, right? And that's a concern I want to tackle, and that's one. And also on the cost that I want to understand better is how we pay for all the services that are necessary to have a complete community and the plan to pay for those. And we don't have that. I hear from residents that you are building a new area. I don't have my bus service. I don't have my green space. So that's kind of understanding I want to have, right? How do we have that better understanding and give more certainty to new residents that they'll get services, and that if they don't, then they need to know that too, right? So that's kind of idea.
So we've talked a little bit about the cost of providing amenities, and in terms of the cost of building certain things in the city versus building them in the satellite communities. So what's the presumed cost base? Are we talking, for instance, we talked about the comparative costs of fire halls, the comparative costs of rec centers. So are we talking about them, about how much we pay for them, or how much they ought cost?
That in my mind, that will be part of the analysis as well, how we build infrastructure. Like I don't know if that's the case, but one example that was shared by Build was that a fire station in Nisku is costing 1/2 of what is costing in the city. I want to understand why that is, right? So we can actually right-size the infrastructure to, I don't know if that's the case, but I think we need to have that conversation around how we sustain those neighborhoods in a financial way, that whether infrastructure or services.
So what is meant, maybe this to administration, what is meant by return to committee prior to the implementation of the administrative standard for substantial completion?
I read that as conducting this work before implementing the substantial completion standard.
So without a standard, what do we have? We implicitly have that standard anyway, don't we? We're not letting anybody develop down there.
Well, we're advancing work to begin the planning exercise. So we're starting with the servicing study. We're updating the terms of reference so that we know how we want to develop south of 41st Avenue. So we know that servicing study would take approximately 2 years. I just am mindful of time. But we would continue to do the planning work, the pre-planning work.
My time is up. Do you want me to take the chair back, Councillor Chance?
Please do.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Mayor Sohi for bringing this motion forward. Really supportive of the intent behind it. Have a number of questions though. So maybe just to start with the first part, to administration, I'm very supportive of looking at that balance of residential and non-res. I think I'm once again struggling with the sequencing. Like if we are striving to support the long-term fiscal sustainability of the city as a whole, my assumption would be that we would want to see more non-res in these areas. Is that a fair assumption?
That would be a fair assumption, but also balancing what is the needs of our community in terms of non-res, just assigning it, or what can we actually fill and develop?
Right. But if we can assume that we would want to see more non-res, even at this point, do we not need to, I guess, make that determination and decide that is the direction we're going before we're doing pre-planning?
So in an ideal scenario, yes, you would know the high-level land uses in place, but the servicing study that is contemplated is pre-work, so it's not assigning necessarily land uses. It's the big bones in place that any development is going to need. There may be some certain circumstances that non-res would require something a bit different, but this wouldn't be at that scale of being detrimental to not knowing that mix at this point.
Okay, so it's not going to lock us in or preclude our ability
Correct.
to see more non-res.
There may
Okay.
be some there may be some adjustments needed, but they would be rather minor once the land uses are set.
Okay.
And what we learned from the Industrial Investment Action Plan is that it's shovel-ready land that's a gap in terms of our immediate needs.
And eventually, would there have to be, like, what direction would you eventually need if you are rebalancing, if any? Or is that something that administration just can do? Or would that have, like, would the city plan have to be changed?
Depending on the significance of rebalancing, it could be from administrative to perhaps more likely a city plan amendment to accompany that.
But this first motion gives us direction to go and look at that, and the outcomes, we would have to come back to council for direction.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask about, yeah, in the second part of the motion, I guess I see the language around, understanding the cost of growth in future growth areas, and developing a strategy for how growth can be achieved and efficiently, but it's sort of that future-focused, future growth area lens. What, I guess with that in mind, I mean, if administration goes away and does this work, is the assumption that the substantial completion standard as it is presented today is accepted? And this is a purely sort of future-focused exercise? Or is there a scenario where you would go and do that work, you would look at, how we can achieve greater sustainability and efficiency with future growth? Would that ever inform changes to the substantial completion standard? Or is that kind of would you assume that that is a done deal with this motion?
I think we'd have to contemplate that, but the way this motion is worded, to me, it sounds like to go and do the work prior to implementing the administrative standard for substantial completion.
But would that work ever inform the substantial completion standard?
I think potentially, because the standard wouldn't be in place until this work is done, and council has the opportunity to review the work prior to the standard being in place. Council may say, yeah, there's something in there that we want to include in that substantial completion standard. So there is the opportunity, but not the necessity that it could change the standard.
Okay. I might be interested in just making that explicit, because I guess my worry is that they're separate right now, and the way that this could be interpreted is the standard is presupposed to be approved at this point, and we're going to do this additional body of work. But I just want to make sure that if we discover that we really need to dig into some additional tools, or we do not see a line of sight to fiscal sustainability for future growth areas, we need to take a serious look at what is included in the substantial completion standard. So I'll leave it there. I'm out of time, but feel free to respond, I guess, if it's up to the chair, or if they can provide an answer. Or not.
Go ahead, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to remind that the substantial completion standard is focused on the developing area, and so this piece of work is that in this proposed motion is with regards to the future growth area. And so I guess I wanted to understand is the direction potentially that work could influence what we want to say about the developing area as well, or is it that I guess like the standard itself applies to the developing area is just what I want to. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So we will continue with the substantial completion work while we wait to move forward on the future development area?
So this body of work, if this motion is successful, would take about 2 years to report back. So the standard would not be in place in that meantime. In order to be prudent and prepared, we would still monitor growth patterns, and if something spectacular or unique happened, we would make sure to elevate that council could adjust in that time frame.
2 years before we know what sort of, I guess, what Edmontonians' expectations of their neighborhood should look like?
So 2 years until the future growth area criteria would be established. That would be the gap. So not necessarily current neighborhoods or developing neighborhoods, but those future growth areas.
Okay, but what about for those current developing areas? What's the standard?
This work, this motion, and this report doesn't affect the current neighborhoods. Those are still going as the statutory plans have contemplated, so they are not affected by this work.
Okay, I don't like that. Okay, in the motion here, it reads that administration work with stakeholders. Is that just the development industry, or how are we going to get the feedback of the public?
I think we would read that as key stakeholders being the development industry, being the ones that build much of the infrastructure as it relates to new developing communities.
Okay, I'm trying to read down at the bottom. Okay, but if they don't know from the public what the public wants built, I mean, I know this deals mainly, I think, with the underground infrastructure and transit and things like that. But how do we know what the public wants? We did have a couple speakers signed up from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and I'm wondering, would they be at all brought into the process?
Potentially, Councillor Wright. We're sort of responding to the motion here, not having put a lot of thought in terms of the approach to the work. So we'd have to take that away in terms of council's expectations around engagement and the scope and scale of stakeholders.
Okay. I have to think some more. I will come back again probably for a second round, but I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, so just following up on Councillor Salvador's questions, I would want to better understand. I understand immediately we need ready-to-go land for non-res industrial development. But looking at how much ground we have lost since 2010 or 2015, where we have gone from 72% of the share in the region to 60%, I also want to better understand the overall availability of the land within the city to catch up on that loss, right? So that's what I want to understand. But that's one of the intent of the motion. So south of 41st, how much do we need residential, and how much we actually need to have non-res, that balance in order to be at 72%, maybe 10 years from now or 15 years from now?
Yes, and certainly through the commitment on the Industrial Investment Action Plan, that will be part of the work that we are undertaking in terms of prioritizing where we do additional planning work. And so, Crossroads and the industrial area surrounding that is one area that we will be looking at. How do we continue to see development happen there? Through the district planning conversation, there was a referral motion of the Rabbit Hill District Plan to refer back to make amendments for the lands further to the west, to identify those lands for planning work in the very short term. So certainly looking at how we can mobilize really quickly on from a planning policy perspective of allowing for industrial.
So those conversations will allow us to that understanding, because my worry is that I don't think anybody is going to annex more land. I don't think city is going to annex more land. So I want to understand for future of the city, future of the sustainability, 15, 20, 30 years from now, that we don't run out of industrial land.
Yes, and you'll also see from a motion from the Industrial Investment Action Plan in terms of a service package to further advance that work more quickly, coming in the fall of Fall SOBA as well.
Because industrial growth is net gain, right? It's like the more revenue you can get from industrial, the more less burden there is on residential. am I understanding it right? That this is a net gain in
Yes,
industrial?
non-residential is industrial, but also commercial, business and employment.
And so all non-res is net benefit to
Yes.
the bottom line than residential.
Yes.
Okay. When we look at the future availability of lots and developable land in developing areas, do we factor that the potential, like how much is available in the redeveloping areas? Like when we talk about 80,000, I'm just using that number, 80,000 potential units available for developing areas. Is that just developing areas, or is that the entire city?
Yes, that's just in the developing area, and we've calculated that because that's what the standard and the policy is.
That's right. But what is the potential of the redeveloping areas, the infill changes that we have made to zoning regulation, district planning? What is that capacity?
So that capacity hasn't been modeled specifically. At a high level, it gets us well beyond the 2 million population horizon. And there is no real ceiling limit. There's a lot of capacity in terms of available land, but that has to be layered in with market desire. It also has to be layered in with infrastructure capacity as well.
Good. Okay.
There are complexities to infill development, right?
Yes.
In terms of land acquisition, infrastructure, investment, and markets. So
There's also a complexity to suburban, as well as we heard yesterday from Horse Hill area structure plan, right? So what I want to understand that we are not constraining the supply of housing because we have enough land available for, say, next 10, 15, 20 years.
yeah, city plan is both redeveloping and developing communities.
Got it. Okay. What includes in pre-planning?
The pre-planning work is related to the servicing study that we would undertake for the land south of 41st, both residential and non-residential, looking at infrastructure like pipes and water, road connections, and natural assets.
And that is all required prior to ASP anyways, right?
That is correct, yes. We need that to inform any area structure plan, land use planning.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Okay, thank you. So my question goes to both mover and administration. So I want to ask administration first in terms of that timeline. And so for the motion on the floor passed, because this motion scope is only covers the future growth area. Does this motion will impact the timeline in the current city plan for 2029? There are two key points, checking points, approved points, I should say. One is 2029, and one is 2039, and in terms of future growth area. So can you describe some your understanding how this motion work with that timeline in terms of our future growth area development?
Councillor Rice, particularly motion, the first part of the motion that talks about the pre-planning for the future growth area. That is work that needs to be done before statutory planning can be done, because this work is needed to inform an area structure plan. We know that this body of work will take approximately 2 years to do. So I don't believe that the work around this motion, both part 1 and part 2, will have an impact to the timelines that you've noted in terms of the years.
So what I heard here is, I just want to confirm my understanding is correct. At least for 2 years on the top of the 2029, that timeline, at least 2 years, and the statutory plan work will not be able to start. And then based on the motion put on the floor. Is that correct?
Yeah, we wouldn't start statutory planning or area structure planning until this body of work is done first. But the pre-planning, the servicing study that we've been referencing is needed to inform an area structure plan. So we have to do this work first before we can do statutory planning.
Okay. So that means the information from this work and will inform the statutory planning process.
Yes.
Okay. Another question. Another question. Right now, and because does this motion change the future growth plan of future growth area development and outlined and planned in the current city plan and the district plan? And because district plan, we have the portion specific talk about future growth area and how this impact could be, and this work could be impact already past the 2 readings for the district planning.
So the Rabbit Hill District Plan, which encompasses the land south of 41st Avenue, was referred back to administration for additional work.
Yes.
So it doesn't impact district planning.
Okay.
And so we would continue to move forward with the direction of that motion as in addition to doing the servicing study and the financial work that's identified in this motion.
So that means this motion's work will be integrated with another motion referred back, and then for that type of work together as well.
The work would happen concurrently, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm just mindful of the time, and I think we need to move to go into private.
Yeah, I was going to get to that.
Yeah, I can wait till after lunch. That's fine.
Okay, well, that takes us to the lunch hour then. We've all had a first round.
Well, I haven't. So do you want me to have a first round?
I thought I just said that. So why don't you go ahead? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is a bit scattershot. Really appreciate the motion on the floor. Just wanted to clarify again that part 1 of the motion is looking not just to balancing out the future growth area, but looking at that whole city sustainability in terms of our res non-res mix.
The motion specifically references the future growth area in the non-res res mix, but there's other work that is happening, the Industrial Investment Action Plan, that will be looking at that.
So the optimization of that balance is to balance out the city as a whole, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just wanted that clarity. So again, pre-planning is going to be moving forward. So that skeleton of where roads might have to go, pipes might have to be put in, will be happening. Again, those pipes may have to get bigger or smaller depending on that question of the land use mix. And then sort of in about 2 years' time, then that's when we'd be ready to start some of the statutory planning processes for non-res. I do just want to, for res, but just want to clarify that again, none of this pre-planning work is going to preclude non-residential statutory planning processes in areas that are all currently identified in city plan for non-res.
That is correct, but this work could help those that perhaps are struggling to put the pieces together of the infrastructure needs in that area.
Yeah, perfect, great. So it strengthens that work that's happening. I think further to Councillor Salvador's questions, so just the requirement in part 2 for the administrative standard for substantial completion to come back to council. Again, if work in part 1 or in part 2 leads administration to adjusting that standard and adjusting some of the criteria, that would come forward at that time?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. In terms of stakeholders, So, heard administration speaking about development industry, absolutely important partners there. And again, assuming both residential and non-residential development industry, so the commercial development industry as well. Other natural stakeholders to me would also potentially be EFCL, for example. Also potentially the school boards as well. Would those be on administration's radar?
Yes.
Great. And now this one is a bit of a trickier question. With the direction to work with stakeholders on this, does administration feel that there's an expectation that there is unanimous agreement between all stakeholders with what comes back? Or will administration come back with their best recommendations along with stakeholder feedback as well?
I think administration would come back with our best recommendation for council to consider in terms of setting direction for any future next steps.
Perfect. Great. Well, I don't think I have any further questions. So that leaves just enough time to move that we go into private, if that's helpful for me to do.
Yeah, we'll be moving to our lunch recess at noon, and we have a time-specific item, private item 9.1 at 1:30. So sure, a motion to move into private now.
So made.
Second.
Subject to Section 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and I didn't hear what that was first.
Andrew Knapp.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Thanks. MJ's just sending it out. And confirming, Councillor Jans, you're not with us, or are you? I believe he's absent with notice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. See you at 1:30.
And just to confirm, when we come back We are live on the web. We are back.
We are back in
Yeah.
public,
Would,
and I'm going to call to Councillor Stevenson.
I'll put them in the chat one by one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that attachments 7, 8, and 9 be added to the July 3rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02500.
Second?
Okay,
MJ's just sending the vote out now.
please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, and I'll move that the actions as outlined in attachment 7 of the July 3rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02500, be approved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Now please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes, Mayor Sohi.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you. I will move that the actions as outlined in attachment 8 of the aforementioned report be approved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move that the actions as outlined in attachment 9 of the July 3rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02500, be approved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Jans? Councillor
In favor.
Thanks
In
so
favor.
much. Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that dealt with 9-1.
No,
There's
one
one
more.
more? Oh, okay.
I will move that the July 3rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02500, remain private pursuant to Section 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Jans, I think you said in favor. I couldn't quite hear you.
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So now we are dealt with 9-1, right?
Yep. And I've
Okay.
just put the motion for 9.
9-3, Councillor Tank.
4.
Councillor Tank.
It's just the one in the. Okay, I'll move that the city manager position profile as outlined in attachment 1 of the July 3rd, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02551, be approved. And 2, that this report remain private pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Need a seconder. Councillor Cardinal?
Second.
Councillor Cardinal seconded it. All right, please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we are back to, excuse me, 7-3, right?
Correct.
Okay. There was a list of speakers, or
This is
sorry,
the
not
list.
speakers, list of council members.
We have to move the second.
Were we done with round 1, right? Oh, actually, Councillor Cardinal, you are the chair on that.
I guess I was.
Yeah.
So I'll take a motion for an additional round.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second?
Moved by Councillor Rutherford, second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
In favor.
Counselor Hamilton, oh, we got all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I think I went just before the break, so I might be doubling up if others want to go ahead of me.
Was that a leftover?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Jans.
Yep, but can Councillor Wright go first? I'm trying to get to a quieter space. Or can Councillor Salvador, whoever was after me?
Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Sure. Okay, so maybe just to pick up on some of the questions I was asking earlier, which seems like a long time ago. I want to ask about, I guess, when administration reads funding models and tools in part 2 of the motion, I'm trying to get an understanding of what you would expect to come back with. Like, what do you think that analysis would look like? And I ask that because one of my hesitations is I feel like we've done part of that work. I was looking back, like there's some reports from 2017 around addressing the fiscal impacts of greenfield growth that deeply investigated a lot of this. Just looking for some thoughts there.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we're responding to the motion here this afternoon. I would say that, there's always an opportunity to talk about how we pay for development and who pays for what, and other tools like offsite levies would be an example. I think looking at standards in terms of how much things cost to build in the first place would be another area of opportunity in terms of infrastructure. And that's been one that we've talked about in the past. I think there have been previous reports, but I would say that they've been looking at items in isolation. So this would give us the opportunity to look at neighborhood development more holistically. So council, the date slips my mind, but as an example, like developer-funded parks. That was one report in isolation of all the things that it takes to build a complete community, and this would be an opportunity to have a more holistic conversation about it.
Okay, and because I'm trying to understand how that intertwines with the analysis that's done through IIMPs. Like, are we essentially not asking for, like, do more IIMP work?
I think it's both. So the IMP work would be the tool that we would use to establish costs, operating and maintenance costs. That's part of what that analysis provides. And then we can look at how, I'm just going to refer to the motion here, what that looks like from a more effective and sustainable way, and what that might look like in terms of options. And so that's part of what we can look at in terms of that return on investment as an example.
Okay, and has administration had some of those preliminary conversations with industry? I'm trying to get a sense of how those conversations might go, given previous ones we've had.
So we have intended to approach this work using the terms of reference as a launch point for how we might see development happening south of 41st Avenue. There was a motion that we got or we received in September that talked about improving financial sustainability of new neighborhoods. So just preliminary conversations at this point, but certainly my reflection of what I heard from industry folks that spoke to this item at committee was a willingness to have this conversation around how things are paid for, the cost of growth, and looking at innovative partnerships and different ways to deliver service.
Okay, I might come back to that, but I'm going to switch gears for a second. So one of the things that I'm really picking up on is sort of the distinction or line that we've drawn between metrics that are within industry control and then the metrics that are tracked and within city control, or could be seen as city obligation. Like, should future growth not be based on our ability as a city within our capacity, like financial capacity, willingness, ability to deliver public sector investments that are expected in those neighborhoods. Like that's what I'm really grappling with. It seems like the metrics are very much pointed towards industry's ability to meet thresholds, meet those targets. But it seems like it's almost missing that public sector investment piece and our readiness, willingness, capacity.
Yeah, I'll pass to the team, but I'll start in saying that, you know, it really comes down to how we budget and how we prioritize and how we spend money on different things, and, you know, how we integrate where our investment requirements are from a public sector perspective, like where's the city's investments and how that ties to when they're needed from a growth perspective. So I can pass to Kent or to Hueda if there's more to add around the metrics.
And I'm out of time. I'll come back, but I don't know if that process, I get that the budget process is there. I think we need a slightly stronger bar for accountability.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair? I'll take my turn.
Yes, I have the chair.
Great, thank you. So I'll pick up there. So part of this conversation has been this balance between residential and non-residential. Is it fair to say that there's a different level of need? So we talk about a service plan, which I hear as an infrastructure plan, a utilities plan, an undergrounds plan, which serves both residential and non-residential. And Mayor Sohi, in describing his motion, talked about a balance between residential and non-residential. But when we talk about amenities, is that almost completely a residential need, or it augments the residential development?
I think there's still residential when we talk about non-residential, and I would use, you know, transit or park space as an example.
Sure, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm wondering if we can sort of disaggregate these two things. So, you know, Councillor Salvador said, you know, what about the public sector investment, readiness, willingness, capacity to provide those amenities? I'm wondering if there's a split between the level of investment and therefore the level of readiness for non-residential versus residential. And if we need to split these somewhat and talk about them in that way. We have the referral motion on the district plan down south. Do you see any merit in that, in sort of trying to disaggregate the two?
I think so, yes. I see, you know, the non-residential could take a different time scale than the residential, potentially, particularly if we're seeing site readiness on the non-residential side around the airport as a catalyst for development there. Is that where you're going with?
Yes, yep. There's a readiness piece, and I want to get to the timing piece in a minute, but I think there's also a bit of a phased piece. You know, so some, not all, but some non-residential development can get by on overland drainage and cisterns and wells, at least in the short term, whereas you would not want to start doing residential subdivisions on that basis. So there's, you know, there could be a phased thing that goes with non-res that wouldn't be acceptable to residential.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to expectations around standards and levels of service.
Versus urgency to get land to market, to exploit market forces.
Yes. So
the timing that's in this motion then, it's Q1 2026, which is 2 years, which I understand that there's time required to do this work. How much time is required to do the work in part one, the pre-planning work?
So we're scoping that work out, but we have had discussions with industry around how much time, you know, to contemplate for that pre-study, and it was estimated to be around 1.5 to 2 years to be able to do that work for this size of area.
And that's a joint estimate, like industry agrees with that estimate?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second part, which is a conversation around finding ways to pay for amenities. Do we have a sense of that?
So we haven't scoped that out yet, but, you know, I think, you know, aligning that with the terms of reference update, looking at how we would approach an integrated infrastructure management plan differently, what assumptions we might have. It takes time to go through those conversations. Could it be done sooner? Potentially, yes, but we just need to map that out.
Hard to estimate.
Yeah.
Okay. I forget what slide it was, but one of the slides showed, and you know, I feel like I'm the same as a lot of people. I look at a map, I see a lot of blue squares. It feels to me like all of the blue squares, except for the one below 41st Avenue, has a plan, has an area structure plan. Effectively, development could start tomorrow in just about every other place in the city except the south. Is that fair?
We have area structure plans for all of our developing communities except south of 41st Avenue and Crossroads, which is just north of the airport. We don't have neighborhood structure plans for all neighborhoods within.
But for some.
For some, yes.
Is there an equity question there that landholders in other parts of the city where we don't want to see leapfrog construction, but where there is plans, can proceed, but landowners in this part of the city where we don't want leapfrog construction, we're telling them we can't plan for at least for as many as 2 years? Is there something there about equity?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question, Councillor Cartmel, but I would say that regardless of being able to initiate planning, this pre-planning work is an important part of informing land use planning. So we need to do this servicing work regardless, but when it comes to, you know, how the development south of 41st Avenue might happen, I don't see leapfrogging likely. Sorry, I can't see a clock for time.
No, that's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I got to cut you off.
You do. So I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Jans. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If you can hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to come back to, I know the city plan does forecast future growth here, but and maybe this is a question for legal, but does the MGA trump the city plan?
Mike Gunther here from legal. I can say that the MGA does take precedence over the city plan, but the goal, of course, when the city plan was drafted was to make sure that it was in alignment with the MGA.
For sure. I guess what I'm worried about is, like, if we can't even under the MGA take care of some of the basics, like if we have a $470 million deferred maintenance annual cost, if we are down to 2 mow cycles a year, if we have, you know, complaints about snow removal, if we can't even do the basics, regardless if the city plan calls for growth in this area or not, for the like it's not, we are not obliged to provide land for developers under the MGA, correct? Like, this is a nice to have.
No, there's nothing in the MGA council that specifically says that we must provide land for developers, but there are obligations in terms of planning in there. And as you pointed out as well, there are obligations to keep our public spaces in a reasonable state of repair.
Because where I'm struggling is, like, if you ask me, do we need a growth management framework? I would say absolutely. But I worry we aren't having the first conversation in its entirety, which is the financial sustainability of the city as a whole. Like, we had this conversation about industrial land and you know, Detroit, like we could be hollowing out the core and continuing to build out further. Like, how do we have that conversation?
Councillor Jans, I would say the second part of the motion here around the costs of future growth and determining how growth can be effectively achieved sustainably would be a way to have that conversation.
But that's only in the future growth areas. That's not even the developing areas, like the areas currently under shovel. Like, yesterday, we just made a decision to torch our tax base again by choosing more residential over more commercial, and that has a big implication, right? So, like, do you see the tension I'm struggling with here?
Councillor Jans, I'm going to interrupt. You're projecting motivations on the assembly here about what the decisions were that were made yesterday. So maybe just check.
Fair. Okay. Let me rephrase that. We just significantly dented our commercial revenue forecast for the future by reducing our commercial land dramatically compared to what was proposed. And there will be a tax consequence to that. So it feels like we're having these decisions in isolation and not all together. And that's my struggle. Like, where substantial completion still is operating on a growth assumption that I'm not sure we are ready to have yet.
And I guess, Councillor Jans, I would refer us back to alignment with city plan, which is identifying areas for how and where we want to grow. And there was a financial assessment done at the time that city plan was approved that helped inform, what the outcomes of the operating capital costs would be if the assumption of city plan was built out versus a business as usual approach.
Yeah. And
So
even then we were
that's a
getting
macro
4 times
level perspective, but I do recognize what you're grappling with in terms of those operating and maintenance costs that are impactful now.
like even the maintenance money or the infrastructure money we got from the government was 4 times as much when city plan was written compared to now. So like is there a way, is there some other check-in, or could we set this conversation aside about substantial completion and have is there something coming up on our radar that could have a further financial sustainability conversation? Like, is it our deferred maintenance inventory? Is it our 10-year capital outlook? Is it?
I'm not sure if there's anyone else on the line that could comment on what might be up and coming in terms of the nature of those type of reports. But certainly, what this motion to me is doing is putting substantial completion on to the side in some regard, while we work with the development industry to understand the costs of growth and, look at those options there. So Stacey, I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything further on that, but we can take that away.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would highlight is we do have regular processes of coming back with capital investment outlooks. And there is a report coming in the fall, although it is more geared towards funding for cities in general, not necessarily how you fund the growth of your city, but a much wider umbrella on funding for municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted to, again, the conversation around amenities for non-residential areas being different, but just for absolute clarity, substantial completion does not apply in any way to non-residential.
That's correct. It does not apply to non-residential.
Okay, so that again can move forward independently of this conversation.
Yes.
Okay. I think in an earlier answer you'd mentioned that there was that motion around parks and sort of what the base level, sort of increasing. I think there was direction to look at increasing the base level of development. Where I'm needing some clarity, because I see that point 2 is focused specifically on the future growth area rather than the developing area as a whole. And I think that base level of development is still really important in the developing area. I think that there are also questions about the cost of future growth that should be on the table when we're having a conversation about NSP authorization. So just wondering if right now that wouldn't happen as a result of how number 2 is written.
So, Councillor, Kent here. All of the work that Council has instructed and that administration is working on to change the base level standards, review them, look for different contributions, all of that work is proceeding, and this does not change that direction. But how we interpret point 2 is that it is isolated to the future growth area in terms of a clean slate. If it was to include the developing area, that becomes much more complex, not that it couldn't, but the complexity lies in that all of those areas have statutory plans to some degree. We have active phases and performas set out and being worked on and developed by developers. And so the complexity gets ratcheted up a number of degrees if we were to include the developing area. But if there are significant findings and opportunities through this work, we would highlight where those could be applied in the developing area as well.
Okay, and I think that in your slideshow at the beginning of this conversation, I think you highlighted that there is an update happening with the NSP terms of reference and also the IIMP.
Correct.
Yes, Councillor, this is Marina. Yeah, that's true. And I just wanted to add, it's not that council won't have any insight on the fiscal implications of the developing area. We will continue to bring forward the IMPs for those NSPs as they come forward to council for approval. So there'll still be some insight on that. I will say the ones that will come soon may not have that updated lens for the IMP that we're working on, but there will be some intelligence coming before council with respect to the developing area and the fiscal impacts through that one.
Okay, and decision points where, if needed, we can request further information prior to proceeding.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the IMPs have always been provided, and there's always been that opportunity for council to consider those alongside of the application that's before them. I think now there's a more heightened interest, and as administration, I think we'll be quite alive to that as we advance that to you. But certainly there is, of course, the opportunity to ask the questions at that time.
Okay, perfect. That's very helpful. That's very reassuring. I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at 4:57. So I'm going to suggest we stop here. We have a time-specific item for first item of business tomorrow. That's item 9.3 in private. So I would suggest that we make a motion to go into private now and begin tomorrow morning.
So moved.
Second.
That's to go into private.
In favor.
Subject to sections 21, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Hamilton is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried, and we are now in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we'll start in private. I'll return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much. We will be back tomorrow, 9:30, as you said, Councillor Cardwell. Okay. Until then, we are in recess.